everyone, welcome to this week's session of Ones Upon a Roll, our D&D 5e campaign. Last we left off in the capital city of Erleshire, Durand. The others convened at the Temple to Bahamut, the Order of the Platinum Magus, where Durand was named the new Fang and Claw of the Order, the tip of the spear when it comes to confronting any chaotic or otherworldly entities that would harm the order of this plane. And as such, you have fulfilled another prerequisite set upon you by the Emperor himself to the funding of your journey across the ocean back to your home of Draconia. The four of you have been given word that your departure date is in about a month's time, and you will be departing from the port city of Verity, about a 2 weeks journey west of the capital. It just so happens that around that area, more on the outskirts, is where your friends Zevzal and Niev have settled down. That's where they arrived here in the Empire when they had, after their travels from Draconia. Apparently, not just them, but other members of your clan as well, Durand. So, with that, you guys have about a month to do whatever it is you wish to do. It could include traveling to Verity if that's where you want to go now, heading back to Ambervale, doing whatever you guys have to do, wrapping up any unfinished business before you guys take to the seas and begin to sail for Draconia. So, I guess that is there anything that anyone wants to do right away? Members of the Ulha Arx clan have settled down, back to Ambervale, combination of the three. What do you guys want to do?
Well, Ellaborn has unfinished business in Amberville still, so
Okay. It's easy enough for you, Elevorn, to get yourself and as many others as you would like back to Ambervale. Obviously, Netadian, you had put in some commissions for certain goods to be manufactured, and you, with this new schedule, you would have the time to, if you wish, pick them up and deliver them back to Ambervale yourself to whomever they need to go to.
And I guess I have time to finish the pencil or the pen also.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, all of this stuff can be done if no one minds the kind of non-linear time progression as we take care of all the things that you and your characters wish to take care of. So we can say that over the course of the next week or so, Netadian, you finish your craftsmanship on the pen. You pick up and pay the other. anyone, Durand, I'm not sure, or even Era, maybe, who does not wish to Amberville could be making the trek out to Verity with Zevzal and Neve, as after the events of the last session, that is where they were going to be headed.
For the time progression, I would have liked to have gone back to Ambervale. Maybe be a bit more involved with the battle mages of the Phoenix Academy. So those who have been out on the field and just kind of learn from them or teach them what I know, more of interaction in the meantime.
Okay, so you're more wanting to, I guess, head back for either trying to find people that you haven't met at all here in the capital, because there is an academy presence here, or to people you're a little bit more familiar with in Vasselholm, maybe, because not many in Ambervale.
Oh, okay. So then I would.
Ambervale is really just you, Willowa, Isaiah, Roguestone, and Naval. You kind of like, you are the beginning of the Phoenix Academy in Ambervale.
So then I would do it in Vasselholm.
Okay.
I need to do the sickle and the statuette if that's what Ella still wants.
Okay, you have the materials for it, right?
Yeah.
All right. That one might take a little bit more time, but you can absolutely get started on it. Go ahead and make a jeweler's kit check. Again, this time, the first check with intelligence to, make the initial plans and designs and initial markings and strategic cuts on the gem itself. So, working with Elavorn, you can come up with some sketches and designs of what the two of you, or what Elavorn, I guess, would want it to look like. Any ideas on what you want this gem statuette, Elavorn, or do you guys want to play that out if you want? Like we said, we'll be going through what you guys want to do, and if anybody wishes to jump in and do some roleplay, just give it a stop, and we can roleplay whatever we want to roleplay.
It was 18, by the way.
18, okay. Yeah. So the initial steps, at least you got right after your pen design in your notebook of sketches. A few pages later, you have a couple pages with measurements and ideas and sketches and designs for the statuette that you're going to be crafting. All right, Era, go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Uh, 24.
24. Okay. How much time were you planning on spending with the academy?
Well, it's in total, 2 weeks or so that we have left?
You have a month until you have
Oh,
to
a month.
be in Verity. Yeah.
I'd like to say, like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks worth. Because I also kind of wanted to still assist with the library. I'm sorry, with the Emerald Collective as well. So like with organizing and all that shit.
Okay. 24. Let's see. So with the mages that you had wished to work with, I will say the ones that have had experience working with the Empire's armies and being on the front lines of certain fights and battles, ones that maybe even ones that were in the front lines of the retaking of Brushburn as well. Let's see. I'll say you have your choice. would you like to learn a conjuration spell? So evocation, you know well what that does. Abjuration is more along the lines of shielding, protection type magics, both physical and mental, and conjuration is again self-explanatory.
Evocation.
Okay. So you can, with the roll that you made, the time that you had chose to dedicate, you could pick up a 5th level evocation spell of your choice and have that added to your spell book, and with the appropriate cost of uh, parchment and ink used. As yeah, so I believe that would be, since it's evocation 5th level. I think that's like 125 gold worth, I believe, because it's half.
Yeah,
So I don't know if you have like a, I have this much gold worth of paper and ink somewhere in your inventory, but so go ahead and do that, and maybe like just jot down that you have a 5th level evocation spell. You don't have to make that choice right now.
Okay.
What about you, Durand?
Um, I don't know.
What types of things do you got going on in Ambervale, Elavorn?
Oops, I was muted. Sorry.
No problem.
I said, what don't I have going on in Amberville? So, like, you know, Kina needs her candles and stuff, and if she wants to hand them out to other people, you know,
Sure.
or whatever she wants to do with them, and, you know, giving her the candlestick. And, I mean, there's Artat and Brizzy and, I don't know. Actually, I think if I'm going back to Amberville by myself, I would want to see.
I think Neri would have gone with you as well.
Oh, right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Nary's here too. But, like, um, well, yeah. Okay. So I would try to find Nary one of these days
Sure.
when we're
Easy enough
back.
to do. So Neri, you said, well, I guess if you wanted, we could have you giving the stuff to Isaiah and your mother. So Elavorn, find Nedadian, easy enough. You guys live in the same house.
Hey, fancy meeting you here.
Fancy meeting you here also.
So, you know, like we're going away for a while, and I'm kind of, you know, of course I'm going. I have to go. Durant is going, so going. But I'm worried about, you know, Kina and stuff.
Well, Isaiah is here, but is there like, what else are you worried about, Kina?
Well, just, you know, she's kind of little and small and needs some looking after, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, maybe Isaiah can take her sometimes with him, and I mean, like I said, Isaiah is gonna be
Isaiah's going to stay here? Like in the house, right?
He has been living here for ages now. Haven't you noticed? I mean, he moved in.
Well, I didn't know if it was just, sleeping over or what exactly, how that works.
Well, I mean, he moved in. He brought over his stuffs, and so he's gonna come back here every time after he comes back from whatever he does. The circle and everything. There's many things that he is doing.
So Elevorn's going to interrupt Neridion now. She's gonna rush over and grab her hands and get all excited. Like, so are you getting married? I mean, I think Ron can do the ceremony. Right? It would be so good because, we could use something positive. I mean, we're going to like a big, scary, crazy place. And sorry.
I mean, we haven't really even thought about that, I think. I mean, I haven't really thought about it, and we haven't discussed it or anything, so I'm not sure if it's like this sudden. I mean, those things take a little bit of time to, arrange and talk before even arranging the whole thing. And
I mean, is it sudden? He's been living here for months, you said, so that's not very sudden.
I mean, relationships are weird. I think people can live together without, I don't know what to think.
Well, I mean, you don't have to get married. I just thought it'd be fun to have a big party.
Well, we can't have a big party without somebody getting married, right? And we have held parties before without any, marriages or stuff like that before, so.
Well, yeah, but they were like for reasons.
Yeah, well, they still weren't. We have a reason to hold a party without, marriage, because we're going away. In general, it's just a kind of a, I shouldn't say farewell, because we're going to be coming back, but still a party to leave everybody happy, I guess, and not to worry too much.
I mean, if we just have the party and it's because we're going away, I'm going to be sad. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm really going to miss everybody. I mean, I'm going with you and Ron, but I mean the people here. It'll be a while.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I'm going to miss people over here too, but I mean, I'm sure we could come up with some other reason to party than marriage.
Well, yeah, I mean, I only kind of thought of it because I was like, picturing Isaiah taking care of Kina, and I was like, oh, kids, that would be, because Kina is a kid, kind of. I mean, she's a little bit different. She's not like, she can handle a lot of things. She's very,
Mature child, I guess, if that's the word even.
And she's friends with people too, so she's got people to look after her a little. But I thought, just making sure that there are people that are, definitely looking out for her, more than just her going to them.
Yeah, I mean, well, Isaiah is going to be here, so, and I guess I could ask Mom to check up on her or move in over here in this house for a while.
Oh, would she do that? That would be I mean, your mom's
Oh,
a mom. That would be great, right?
yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I guess she could also teach Kina things because she also wanted to start a school over here. So,
Oh, that would be amazing. And Kina could bring the other kids because she's friends with a lot of them. You know,
yeah.
I mean, sure, it's not a schoolroom exactly, I don't think. Not like at that monastery. That was.
Yeah,
We
not
don't
like
want to do
that.
that.
No, no. I mean, I mom is probably just going to help them to learn how to ride and all kinds of whatever things.
Well, that would be amazing. I mean, that's. Could we go talk to her? I mean,
Hey.
well, if you want to talk to her, that would be. It would be amazing. Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, of course we can go talk to her.
Okay. So you guys go to talk to Netadian's mom. You go in, you guys greet each other, and you explain the situation, and Rest is like, So, you just want me to live in your place while you're gone? Take care of Kina and the place itself, I assume, I think. If I'm not mistaken, you have, some other creatures that need looking after. Chickens, I think?
Oh yeah, the chickens. Kina likes to feed them.
But I mean, you don't necessarily have to live there if you don't want to, but I guess it would
Well,
be easier.
if not, then that would be leaving the only adult in that place being Isaiah. And we do want you to be able to come back to a reasonably maintained home, so it would just make everything easier, I guess. I haven't fully settled in here anyway, and living by myself can get lonesome, so why not?
That's great. It's a little bit of bigger house. Is it out of Gargler? Is our house bigger than her?
Yeah.
So if you want to start teaching some other children, do those bit more room?
And Isaiah, wouldn't it be weird for him or you? I'm just saying, living in such close proximity to your friend, I'm sure the conversation will inevitably lead to you, and I do have some stories.
I just have to live with that if you tell. But I mean, during days, I'm sure
Fine.
he's gonna be a little bit busy, so you have a little bit of time with him in the
No,
evenings, I guess.
I look forward to the opportunity to get to know him better, and if he's still around and still interested by the time you get back, then, well, no, it should be a good test.
Yeah.
So you're not gonna end up with anybody that doesn't absolutely adore your mother, would you?
Of course not.
Just goes over and cups her hands around your face. I am going to miss you, of course. It feels like every time you come back, it's never long enough. And then she looks over to Elevon. You two take care of each other. And I will take care of Kina. And she says, looking towards Elevon as she does.
Thank you. I mean, I'm sure Kina will really like you. I mean, she's met you, I'm sure, at some point or other, but, she's very friendly, and
Very excitable sometimes too, but
I look forward to it, and, I do hate to impose, but before you leave, have you given any thought to that project I proposed to you, Nerian?
Hellborn's ears perk up. She's interested. She's got squirrel ears now.
Okay, totally have forgotten that thing. What was it again?
The school.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, a little. And like I said, I mean, our place is a little bit bigger than this, so you could start already, in small form at least. You can teach kids over there.
Hellborn now has a swishy squirrel tail, and she goes, "Do you need supplies and stuff? Because I could take us to the city and we could find some stuff if you need stuff."
Yeah.
Yes, I would need that, and it's a start, I guess. More of a proof of concept. See if it works. See if I'm even cut out to manage so many tiny people.
I mean, you managed to handle me when I was a kid, so...
Sure, you are enough of a handful to cover maybe 3, 4 kids, but this is an entire village we're talking about. Entire village of mostly farmers and gatherers that don't really stress the importance of...
I'm sure you're gonna do just fine. You're gonna do perfectly.
Well, if you have time, and if it doesn't cut it too far into what it is that the two of you have to do, yes, I would absolutely be grateful were we to go and gather supplies for the children.
I mean, I could also start very roughly building a building for you if you want.
I was really just more hoping for... I mean, we have plenty of materials and capable people, what with the lumber yard being not too far away from here at all. It's just a matter of funds.
Oh.
Do you...
And I have
how much
been
would you
speaking
need
with
still?
Bask. I've been speaking with Bask on it, and it would take a while for him to, for the town to accumulate the necessary excess budget, let's say, and his words, to completely fund the building of this. But I think that after speaking with some of the men and ladies who deal in the materials and in construction, I could put together something passable for as little as, I mean, maybe... depends on how big it is, really. Definitely less than 100 is what I came out with, but that's minimum. That's just getting some walls and a roof over the head of the kids. I haven't quite ironed out the details of that. It all seems so far off at the time. I don't have the exact numbers on hand, unfortunately. But like you said, if we could just get them gathered in any one place, even if it's outside near the chickens, I could teach them something.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Alright, so the three of you going shopping?
Are we?
Elevon brought it
whenever.
up.
Yeah, whenever she's, able to. Because, we could walk through a tree and walk back in the same day,
Yeah. So I'll leave it up to you. How much do you want to invest into the children of Ambervale?
Ah, how much would things even cost, kind of?
Materials like, parchment and inks and stuff like that aren't too costly. Especially not by the standards of the kind of money that you guys have.
Do we have money?
I don't know, do you?
Well, we got, 2,500 from slaying the dragon a piece, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's whatever you haven't spent of that. It's, on top of whatever you had before that. But, yeah, Elevorn wouldn't mind, at least 200 gold towards this.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Okay.
Towards, the construction and the
Yeah,
supplies and stuff.
Definitely. That's not all going to go. That's not all going to supplies. That's definitely going to this construction of a schoolhouse as well.
And I already gave her 200 gold previously, so
Okay. No, that's fine. Yeah.
I mean,
So that's more than enough.
yeah, but I mean, I'm just looking up things.
What are you looking up? Your notes or
Conversions, because I still have platinum too. So
oh, platinum is 10 gold per
yeah,
platinum.
Yeah. So if I give platinum coins worth of 100 gold.
Okay.
So
500 total would definitely gonna have some crazy elementary school in Ambervale.
The best school.
The best elementary school.
Families are going to start moving to Ambervale because our
Yeah.
school is the best in the
Mhm.
whole southern provinces.
You're gonna have a 2-day journey from Crestfield just to go to school. Alright. So, Durand, were you going back to Ambervale with the others? Are you heading to Verity with Zevzal and Neve? Or are you just chilling in the capital?
I guess I'd head to Verity.
Alright. So while all of this is going on, Durand, you have been on the road alongside Zevzal, Neve, Svenkrid, and Durand the horse. Over the trip, Zevzal and Neve tell you about their journey. Some of it has been recounted to you before. How, after they escaped, 2 boats had ended up managing to get away from Ulhar Arx and begin to cross, one of which was pretty badly damaged and ended up wrecking. They managed to save a lot of the people on board, and all of them piled onto the last ship. The ships that you had in Ulhar Arx, while they were of decent size, they were never meant to traverse the ocean. They were more for more trawlers for fishing, and not meant to go as far as they had actually made it. He tells you about an island that they had ended up coming across, an island that they managed to resupply at after nearly starving or thirst. The supplies were pre-stored on the boats themselves. An island that, of the maybe at most 100 people on the boat, over half, or about half, had decided to stay on the island by the time that they had completely resupplied, repatched the boat, and begun to head off. So, for one reason or other, they decided to stay instead of braving the oceans again. Zevzal and Neve were amidst the group that wanted to continue to follow in the path that they had seen the blue dragon Yildirim fly off in, carrying both Yudrand as well as Akara. Following that path, more or less, is when they came upon the Empire. The entire journey took them months, nearly half a year by their account. And when they landed like you on the west coast of the Elysian Empire. However, them some several hundred, if not 1,000, miles north of where you ended up being taken. When they got there, they ended up doing whatever they could do just to get by. Whatever hard labor jobs, whatever their skill set that they had, which many people did have quite a robust skill set, as the members of your clan took great pains to diversify their skill sets, as you well know. They ended up setting up something of a little village outside of the city limits of Verity, a place where them and others could call home. And over the months it grew and grew, especially once word of conflict with Draconia began to arise. As you had noticed since almost the time that you had been here, especially after the first time that you had heard of Imperial ships being destroyed and attacked by dragons off the coast of Draconia. This was even before the attack on Vasselholm had happened. But since that time, and as you had experienced yourself, the looks that you would get on occasion, the sort of subtle discrimination that seemed to be going on, and that eventually became more pronounced in the public's mindset, sort of ostracizing people of Dragonborn descent. And so the little group of your clansmen from Ulha Arx eventually grew into other Dragonborn that found more of a home with more of their kind, despite maybe differences in scale hue. And over the past half year, basically, Little Draconia was born. A pretty ramshackle little village that is, think of Ambervale before you guys showed up. Of Dragonborn of all different shapes, sizes, colors, mostly chromatic. And it's a bit disheartening to hear, because obviously it's a divide, and these are people that don't feel as comfortable with the humans, half-elves, any of the other races of the Empire, and the fact that Vasselholm had recently been attacked, it has led to a sort of panic, where people, maybe rightly, maybe wrongly so, look at Dragonborn and they just have that little twinge of worry. When they see that, they can't help but think of what they have heard about Vasselholm. Part of you understands, part of you can't blame them, but on the other hand, it is frustrating to hear. Is there anything that you want to talk about, expand upon, ask as you guys are traveling to Verity? All of you on horseback, by the way, you've gathered rented some out before leaving the capital. Just to make the journey a bit easier.
Oh, how much does that cost?
Renting a horse? For you? None. The Aegis has a stable of horses that they
Oh,
can
heck
move
yeah.
around. Yeah. So you're just gonna, there are people that the Aegis that you were told about and that Svenkrid knows in Verity that they can entrust. Not necessarily members of the Aegis, but stable masters that work with the Aegis. So is there anything that you would wish to talk about with Zev, Neve, or Sven?
I think I'm good.
Okay. In that case, is there anything else that anyone wants to do before I snatch you all back from your separated paths and put you all back together with DM magic? Effectively, this will be when you guys all inevitably reconverge in Verity, regroup together, and have maybe a couple weeks, a week and a half before departure.
There's one more detail. Oh, you go first.
No, you go ahead. It's
Okay. I was just going to say, I'd like to at some point have been exchanging letters both to my parents and my parents and my sister specifically. Just like
Okay. So your
general
parents,
stuff.
easy enough. Your sister, kind of difficult to send physical letters to Dracania for all of the reasons why you guys are going to Dracania.
Then I will just bother her in messages.
Okay. You never get a response to her when attempting to send a sending spell.
Of course. Regardless of a response or not, then I'd still just kind of keep her updated and let her know that I'm coming. And if she wanted me to bring her something from within,
Menacingly.
So you're just
I'm coming.
leaving voicemails and
yeah, I'm not even paying no mind. I just know it'll annoy her if she can hear them, because she can definitely hear them, so it's okay.
Are you sure Era wouldn't take like a full day and use like all of her spell slots?
just every single
Oh,
spell
of
slot.
course. Maybe initially when she wasn't responding at first, yeah.
Every spell slot. Use the snake side, serpent side to get another one, and use that one, and
Borrow the ring.
borrow the ring to put one in to save one for tomorrow to get an extra one later. The sending mailbox of Era's sister is now full. Goodbye. Beep.
That's
All
the
right.
only message she gets
Yeah.
back.
Elavorn, what were you gonna say?
I spent a little bit of time with Risey and just tried to teach her more stuff. Like, whenever we were done with the school things, and
Sure. What are you trying? Are you trying to teach her more druid magic?
Yes, more
All
druid
right.
magic.
More druid magic. Go ahead and make a spellcasting ability check. So wisdom with your proficiency.
$16 total.
Okay. So what kind of things are you trying to focus on teaching her? Are you trying to focus on teaching her more things along the lines of plant growth to help out with, maybe stuff around the town? Or are you trying to help her with more, okay, Risey, if things go down, here's some stuff that you can do? So more
That one.
defensive
Yeah.
/ offensive type stuff, or more utility type, plant growth and helping the town type stuff?
Defensive and offensive.
Defensive and offensive. 16, you say? Okay. Let's see. Sure. Well, good enough. So, spending some time with Risey. Again, you didn't take too long with everything else. So while, Era's off spending her week and a half with the mages, you're spending time with Risey every day. Obviously you're also spending time with Kina and Artat and everyone else. But you're specifically spending time with Risey, and what your time specifically spent with Risey is more focused on the druidic magics, the ones that she has shown capability for, whether it be with her ability to speak with animals, to cast some minor spells, and more recently with plant growth as well, as she has been helping out with the lumber farm in that regard. However, now you turn your focus more towards if she gets into a bit of a scrap and she needs to help defend the town. And you manage to work with her. And by the time you're done, Risey can cast the Conjure Animal spell.
Yes. I was so excited. I'm like over here, like, what is she learning? I have no idea why I'm so excited about this, but
Yeah, I don't remember. Oh yeah, it could have been Durand, right? There was the option. Like, she had like a little spark of magic, and it's like, what direction do you take? It could have been Durand's like more wizard stuff, or when he was an Eldritch Knight, or Elevorn's druid stuff. You went with Elevorn. So yeah, Risey now has access to the Conjure Animal spell.
now there can be raccoons even when I'm gone.
The first time that she is successful, like a few times it just poofs and fizzles and she's not able to do anything, nothing happens. You can see this, like, the sort of druidic magic and the little faint, like, fade lights that you see just in the moments before a fey spirit takes on the form of a conjured animal, but not quite enough focused concentration there to bring it to fruition. However, the first time that she does, it is a spitting duplicate of your vulture friend that conjures and comes into existence. And from there, you're able to conjure different beings that she has seen around. Anyways, so you do that. You say your goodbyes to Kina, who, with an armful of candles that she's like lining up to, I'm gonna use this one and then this one. Just her room is basically lined with unlit candles right now. It's a little bit off-putting. It's strange, but what are you gonna do? At least it's not old food. Neridian, you spend, the nights that you're here with Isaiah, but eventually you are going to be spending the last night here with Isaiah before you and Elevord head off to Verity. Before you go, he makes sure, double, triple checks that you have the pattern for the eventual completed teleportation circle. And he writes in the date, the date that he expects it to be completed and ready to be used. It's still about half a year out, as it didn't get started until after the whole Brushburn retakification happened. I suppose it does not do very well for me to worry about you much. Worry about you every time you get yourself into these situations, but you always come back. So, guess I'll just say I will miss you, and I hope to see you soon.
And I'll miss you. And, I'll be back as soon as we can come back.
I know.
Even if the circle itself isn't ready, but...
And you are absolutely sure that your mother has to stay here while you're gone? I mean, the woman, she's great, but I come here, I like to relax, and I'm just feel like she doesn't like me too much, if I'm being honest.
She does like you. Don't worry about it at all. I just thought it would be easier, you're going to be spending still a lot of time with, doing the circle and everything else. So, Kina needs somebody, and I just, thought it would be the easiest thing.
You're probably not wrong. I'm not sure exactly what I would do with Kina. I mean, she's great, she's funny, but I don't know how everyone does what she does.
Like you said, Kina is great, but spending time alone with her, especially for as long as, this is going to be. I don't think I could do it alone.
He has far too much energy.
Yeah, and like I said, in your case, you're still going to be spending a lot of time with the circle and everything else. So yeah, I don't think it would be best to take her with there and everything. It would probably cause too much hassle.
It makes sense. And I'm sure by the time you'll get back, we'll have grown into it, and you know, it might even be for the best. I'm just saying, I'm a bit nervous about the whole situation.
Just, I can, like I said, it's going to be fine, and she doesn't hate you or anything. She likes you. It's
Right.
everything is going to be totally fine.
Well, I'll take your word for it. Regardless, either which way, darling, hurry on with your saving of the world so you can get back here.
Yeah, but before I go, I want to give you these two, and I'll go and take the pen and one of the journals from a hiding place and hand them over.
Where'd you get these?
Well,
I've never
the journal I had to get commissioned, and the pen I made myself. I hope you can write on it because I haven't really tested it.
I mean, it looks more like an art piece than anything. I'm worried that using it to actually write with would ruin it.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to use it, it's totally fine.
It's... I mean, I have to at least once, right?
At least once.
And this, I've never quite felt a leather like this before. It's durable, but it seems like it has more play than your typical leather.
Well, it's actually the leather of the dragon's wing.
Just looks at you with like just a dumbfounded expression.
I
believe I know what I'm going to be doing for the foreseeable future. How can this not be my new spellbook?
I hope they used decent paper on it. Then, I mean, I did try to make it clear to them that I want it to be used as one, possibly as a spell.
Through it and yeah, it seems more than sufficient. And he takes his current spellbook out of the sort of satchel holder that he wears on his belt and sees how the new one fits in, and you can see like he seems pretty excited about it. Fucking nerd getting excited about a journal and a pen. But he seems eager to get to work on copying his spellbook. How many others can say that they have a dragon wing spellbook?
Not many.
Not any that I know, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think anybody.
So, he gives you a hug. You guys say your goodbyes as Elavorn from downstairs has been kind of shouting up that you have to go for the past 30 seconds now. And so, is everybody okay with heading to Verity now?
I am.
Yes.
Hellborn?
Yeah.
Are you sure? That wasn't, that didn't seem too confident.
I'm just positive that I'm forgetting something really important, but I don't know what it is, so. Yeah.
Party? Forgetting the party?
Well, you didn't want to get married, so we can't have the party.
Alright. And so, you guys, with your own magics, travel through the tree to the capital, and the ability to wind walk, cutting down the time that it takes to get to Verity in fractions. Via your use of the bracelets to track down and coordinate with Durand, you all find yourselves on the western coast of the Empire, outside of a large port city that rivals, I would say, Brushburn in size. Not quite as large as Vasselholm and nowhere near the size of the Imperial capital, but the buildings here are finely made. The air itself, it seems like there's a bit of overcrowding in the streets, as you notice that there are many soldier types who are occupying Verity at the moment. And through information that you pick up from Durand, who has been here for a few days, these are people that won't be here for much longer, as they are going to be setting off around the same time that you are. You guys are part of a much larger Imperial operation. One that you are going to go into more detail as an envoy from the Emperor himself wants to meet with you as you head to the docks of Verity. Essentially reconfirming the date that you are to depart at about a week and a half from this point. Heading to the docks, you can see that there are many large ships, some of them plated with iron for more defensive capability, equipped with sort of ramming spikes at the front of it, as that is the sort of level of naval combat that we're at here. But you can see that the docks themselves are loaded with crates of goods, provisions, weaponry, armor, barrels of water, crates of food, all these things being loaded up and taken on board multiple ships. You can see about a dozen plus ships on this dock in this wharf alone. As you get there, you are met by the dockmaster, who you guys explain who you are, and the sort of gray-haired, wispy-bearded gnome who is currently in the middle of shouting orders to people carrying stuff and directing traffic, essentially with large folds of paper in his hand, looks to you and... Well, in that case, you're going to want to speak with Admiral Tolson. You can find him a bit of a ways down the dock at the near the flagship. I see. When I was told to be expecting you, it's not exactly what I expected. No matter.
Well, I mean, what does that mean?
What'd you say?
What does that mean?
Well, I'm just saying that I suppose I let my imagination rather get away from me myself, hearing about. I mean, you're just normal people, aren't you?
Oh, I mean, what were you expecting?
I don't know. I hear about the ones that saved the Empire before, that slayed the dragon, that are going to venture off into the unknown to once again save the Empire. Just, a little more. At least maybe, coordinated outfits or something.
And I just step away from everybody and wild shape into the lunar phoenix and just fly up into the sky.
So, like I said, Admiral Tolson, a bit of a ways down the dock there. Can't miss the man. You can see, like, lots of eyes as Elevon takes to the sky as the pale blue lunar phoenix, apparently unable to prove this old gnome wrong. So people turn and look up into the sky like, I'm seeing things. So you put on a bit of a spectacle and draw a bit of attention. A lot of attention. The entire dock's worth of attention, rather, Elevorn.
I did it.
I think that'll do more than a uniform.
Yes. Oh, huh. Can you all do things like that? Never mind. I don't. If you can, I don't need proof.
Maybe I'll just leave that to your imagination.
Indeed.
Wait. Now hold on.
Oh, can I just apologize and we move on? I have much to do.
Well, that depends. Do you have anything negative to say about my outfit?
Are you in your academy robes, or are you wearing something else?
I'm still wearing my academy.
Oh, no, nothing but respect for the academy. When they come along and actually decide to help out with this, it can make the loading process take fractions of a time. But it is when they decide to help out, and they're not really ones for boring things such as moving cargo.
Plus, we all have different styles. There's no possible way we can all coordinate different colors. We just stick to the colors that we know best.
All right. I'm sorry.
You're forgiven.
You still flying around, Elevorn? As you see Dran, Neredian, and Era, they begin to head away from the gnome, who looks all too relieved to go back to coordinating the loading of cargo, albeit with a bit less strength in his voice.
Well, I follow everybody.
Okay. You're like chicken walking as a phoenix, or are you flying above and following?
Well, I'm flying above, so don't hurt anything.
All right. So, you approach what you see as the flagship of this fleet. The largest warship here. You can see the flag with the Imperial crest on it, hoisted high. The gangplank is currently guarded by two members of the Imperial Guard, one on either side, as there are soldiers and sailors making their way on board and off the ship carrying boxes, cargo, weaponry. As you approach the gangplank, you can see some of the guards are still looking up towards L1, but regardless, they reach out to stop you, hold you up before you come on, but before they can even speak, a man's voice from over the dock booms out. These are the guests we've been waiting for. Let them on board. You can see this man wearing a very fine military uniform. You can see medals, patches adorning his breast and shoulders. And you are allowed to cross, where he greets you all. Good day. I'm Admiral Michael Tolson, the Imperial Navy. You can see a man who's obviously spent his share of time on board a ship in the sun. The skin is darkened and leathery. You can see a bit of a scar that crosses down just outside of the left eye. He is maybe about 6'1", 6'2", so fair bit shorter than you, Duen, a bit above the average height for a human, but there's an authority and sort of intensity to his presence. Leader of men, this one. Glad to see you can make it. Thank you for showing up. Now I'm sure that you have questions about what it is exactly we're going to do. If not, then I shall brief you anyway. Those are the orders that I have from my superiors, so just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. And is there a way that you can ask your friend to rejoin us?
Oh,
L1,
right.
I believe that one is.
Yeah. That should be fine. I'll look over to her and wave her down.
I'll come down. I mean, transforming back into elephant before I'm too close to anything. So kind of fall the last little bit.
And before he proceeds, Admiral Tolson, he approaches each of you to formally greet and shake each one of your hands, addressing and greeting you each by name. He seems aware of you and who you are. Please, if you would, accompany me to the captain's quarters. And you guys walk across the deck of the ship into the captain's quarters of the ship, where there are some charts, papers, ledgers that are left on a desk. He closes some of them up, moves them aside, doesn't take his place behind it, but instead turns around and stands in front of the desk as you all enter the area, and motions for you to close the door behind you, which you do. So, we are tasked with making the journey to Draconia, as you are well aware. I'm not sure when the last time you were briefed is, but things have changed. Even since your appointment near 2.5 weeks ago, Duen. The situation in Draconia is ever-changing, and if I'm going to be honest, not for the better. So you know of our situation with our ships not able to make port in Draconia, and those trade and supply lines having been cut some months ago. Anytime that we attempt to send merchant ships or any sort of communication line down to Draconia via sea, it's always met with an attack from the air, from the dragons of that land. We don't know why or what it is that they are doing, but it is, regardless, our intent to reopen the shipping lanes to Draconia. Of this, I believe you are already aware.
Right.
Now, we had been coordinating with the Diarchy of Draconia. This mission, they were to anticipate us and send aid. However, we are no longer able to communicate with them. Not even the mages of the Emperor's personal court have been able to find contact with their counterparts in Draconia. So for a couple of weeks now, we have not heard anything from the other side of the pond.
Well, if going by sea has led every boat to be taken down by dragons, what would be the plan for this situation then?
Well, prior to now, most attempts have been simple merchant vessels ill-equipped to handle such creatures. Those merchant vessels normally only escorted by a few escorts. Not before now have we truly formed an armada to venture head first into this situation. We have with us a number of mages from the academy, a number of our best marksmen, not to mention our sturdiest warships, and of course, the four of you, who, as I am to understand, may be versed in combat with these creatures.
Okay. Well, as long as you think we're more well equipped than the merchant ships, I'm sure.
Certainly. This is a matter of the highest importance to His Majesty and to the Empire as a whole. Without these trading lines with Draconia, it can only lead to more strife internally in the Empire. For outside of Draconia, the major source of the minerals and ore with which the Empire forges its weapons for its armies comes from Bastiligard and the dwarves, and were they to have a monopoly over that situation, they could be tempted to take advantage of that, and that might lead to a conflict within our own borders. No. The ship you will be sailing on has been assigned to you. If you wish to request a different one, you're free to do so. However, for logging purposes, we had to mark you down assigned to a certain vessel.
Well, I'm kind of excited to see.
Alright.
I'm sorry, my sound cut out for like the last 50 seconds.
What's the last thing you heard? Hello?
If you're trying to talk to him, can't hear you.
I see you lighting up, but I don't hear you.
I mean, the lighting could be just a normal issue too, but that's why I said if he's trying to talk. But
Yeah.
Discord has been kind of weird and laggy for me tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Had that happen too.
Like, I can't be on the stream because it's just not working right now.
Mm.
welcome back.
I heard that.
That is good. Yes. Let me try hearing something. Okay, I think I'm good now.
So, what was the last thing you heard from Sun?
At
Before
this
you
point, I don't remember.
Well, he was saying we were assigned ships. And also that the dwarves have a monopoly, and if you want to review, you can.
Wait, doors. What doors?
At Bastillegard, like, they're concerned that they would have a monopoly on all of the ores and stuff, which could lead to a conflict within our very borders. If we don't resolve the conflict that's going on in Draconia.
Oh my god, remember that was an issue from like a year ago?
What?
Yeah.
No more, it's been like 2 years.
Those
What are you talking about?
dwarves that we, like, attacked and didn't stop for I don't know why.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's been a couple of times that it's been meant. That's just crazy. I'm sorry. Like clockwork in my head right now.
What happened?
There's been a
What's
couple of
going
times that like the stuff from like the whole dwarves thing. The very first time I remember it was winning the arena thing, the little God, I can't remember what it's called. In Vasselholm?
The Proving Grounds?
Yeah, the Proving Grounds. And they had mentioned that there was the first time that the ships were mentioned as being an issue is to going to Draconia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Back in the first Proving Grounds, yeah. Around that time. Almost like I think of things sometimes.
I don't put it past
Might not
you.
get around to it for another 3 years, but
We will cover that someday. Okay, so we're split up on different ship, and we have to resolve this issue. Very important.
I think all of us might be on one ship. He didn't really say. He's like, if you want to see the ship, or
No,
be
you're
assigned-
on one ship.
be assigned a different ship. He's just like, for logging purposes, they had to assign us to a
Oh,
ship.
I thought someone was just trying to shoot himself in the
Battle.
foot. You know, he's like, dang, I split the party.
You guys are just gonna
Normally,
get the
I want to
water
do that.
walking spell, like, and
Battleship.
you're just gonna walk across the ocean.
I mean, I have it. I thought about that already. I'm like, how many people could I save if a boat sinks just with water walking?
We have our own ship too, though.
True. I have a
You
ship.
have your own. Yeah, it's not like a warship or anything.
So,
I mean, it might be difficult to keep up with, the speed of these. Okay.
I mean, we'll just, use a rope to attach
Oh, you
our
just
ship
tethered
to another ship. Yeah.
Why not? Why not?
I'd like to clarify a couple of things that was just told to us, though.
Sure.
So up until now, we haven't had anyone successfully dock a ship due to dragons attacking the said ships, correct?
Yes, correct.
And we've lost all forms of communication to anyone that's in Draconia.
Yes, they mentioned even their mages of the Emperor's Court could not communicate via magic with their counterparts in Draconia.
Okay, I'm probably going to be a little bit more concerned now that I know my sister hasn't been responding, but I'm not going to say anything in the moment.
Okay.
Just to kind of hold some concern, or I guess look a little bit distracted by it.
Okay.
That's it.
Are you feeling seasick? Good point.
Not at the moment. It's just that, well, I mean, I'm sure you've heard me mumbling maybe at some point, but I'm gonna kind of pull Olivorn to the side and unnecessarily whisper at her. I haven't exactly heard back from my sister either, and if they haven't been able to communicate with anyone, then I'm kind of concerned. But I don't want to really act without knowing what the situation is like there. I don't want her to hold it against me in case she is just kind of ignoring my messages, and to which case, screw her. But should I message her again? Should I let her know the importance? I mean, I've just kind of told her I was on my way. I didn't really specify as to why. I mean, a little bit, but
Well, we could maybe. Well, you could. I mean, if we borrow the ring from there at the I could put strength. And you
no,
could be done with
I can.
I mean, because if communication doesn't work, that's not communication, right? It's just seeing, which is horrible. Could be missed. No, I think it's different enough.
We do have more pressing matters at hand, though, and I feel I need to be more focused in the moment than with my personal affairs, I guess.
Well, I mean, if it helps you put your mind at ease, then it's probably worth doing.
Then, if possible, then yes, it would ease my mind.
Alright, so what are you trying to do, Elevorn?
I'm going to go to Nerdion. No, I'm going to take Nerdion aside.
Okay. So all this is happening.
In front of the admiral.
All this is happening in the captain's quarters, not the biggest place. So, Era and Elevorn go to one side as Durand is talking with the admiral because he kind of spaced out for a bit there. And then Elevorn comes back, grabs Nerdion, goes to the other side of the room.
Can I borrow your ring?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll give it back in a little while, but yeah, if that's okay with you. I mean, does it have any spells in it right now?
No, not at the moment. No. Just I'll take it off and give it to Elevorn.
Thank you. And then I'm going to start casting the spell into the ring. Do I have to take
What
10
spell?
minutes to cast it? Scrying.
It's a 10-minute spell to cast?
I think it lasts for 10 minutes, so yeah.
Well, what's the casting time?
I have to look.
I'm just gonna look at Air and so what's this all about then?
Well, I have been trying to message my sister, and I thought she was just being her usual self, pissy fit or whatever. She's got her panties in a bunch, but I'm digressing. I haven't heard from her, and I would like to know that she's okay. I could send him another message, but if we are preparing to, I'd just rather hold on to my spells for now, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm a little bit distracted, maybe a little bit uneasy, but of course, maybe it is like her to not respond either, so I can't really blame her or put the ball past her. But I really like to stay focused in the moment, and in order to do that, I kind of have to. I'm sorry. I need a moment.
It's yeah. It's all fine. I understand since
Is
There-
now
there's this-
not the best time.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna jump back to Ella and Aaron. I'll at least you guys handle this, and I'll be over there, and I'll go back to Drunk.
As you head back, the admiral is talking with you, Durand. Well, it seems as if your companions are a bit preoccupied with other matters right now. I could just give you the name of your ship, and you could get familiarize yourself at your leisure.
That might be best for the time being.
Very well. And he goes back and opens up some of the ledgers that he closed down and finds you guys, and looks like you are to be on the, and he kind of squints at the Falfnimloth? Must be. It's a recent addition to our fleet. This one had it sail down from Cele. A strange name. Doesn't seem like it fits our normal convention, but so be it. And you kind of look over to see what it is, to get like a reading of it, and yeah, that's what it is.
What did he say? Oh. Falfnimloth.
Seems sus. Because he's not familiar, and he thinks it's just a new addition, just recently. Seems sus.
So Dran sees it, right?
Yeah.
I guess Nedadian, you would be there as well. Would you be peeking in to see the name of the ship?
Yeah.
Okay. Dran looks like a weird jumble of letters, right?
Okay.
Nedadian. It's Elvish. Roughly translated to the Arbor Wave.
Gonna look at it and the Arbor Wave. Huh. Well, I guess it fits the whole sea theme.
So you guys depart from the captain's quarters, cross back onto the dock. Various levels of freaking out, I suppose, from Era to everybody else. But you can take the time, if you wish. I'll have one in the 10 minutes to place the scry spell into the ring.
Yes, please.
Okay. Now what are you doing with the ring? Are we transferring that over to Era?
Yes, of course.
Alright, so that's going to take some time as well.
Well, she's used it before.
Yeah. All right, so you guys are waiting around, or because I don't believe Durand is in the loop here, so it's up. It's up
I
to you
would
guys how you wanna do
assume I heard at least snippet.
it.
I whispered.
Bits and pieces, because they went to
Arrow was
Pulled
not
together a
quiet. Come on, man.
No, you heard fervent whispering. You heard like. But you know, it's really a bunch.
Is that what we sound like to you?
Oh, hold on.
No, that's
Can
what
we
you
clarify
sounded
one
like
thing
to
out of
Durand. Get
character?
upset with Durand. That's what you sound like to him.
True. True. This is what I hear.
And
Exactly how I hear it.
acceptable.
So it's up to you guys. So you guys leave. Durand and Naradian, you know at least the name of the ship that you are to be assigned.
Well, I mean, we can go to the ship. Imagine.
To the ship. Might as well get situated in there.
Then you guys can figure out whatever it is you need to figure it out.
Okay. So, Naradian, Durand, you are the ones leading the way. You're the ones that know the name of this ship. Durand, you know the letters. Naradian, you actually know the word. So both of you make perception checks to keep an eye out for the Falknimloth.
Fuck. Yeah, no.
No?
That's one.
One whole perception. All right.
It's okay. What is Durand if not eyes?
Oh dear. Durand is just eyes?
25.
All the way down.
Beholder. Durand is the beholder.
Durand.
I am the beholder.
So what's that?
25.
25. All right. As you're walking past what looks like warship, transport, troop transport, maybe a supply ship, ships of all various sizes, purposes, functionalities. Walking by, you can see the gangplanks and extended onto it. You can see some of them have the sort of decorum on the fronts of the ships and different carvings and details that fit with the various names of the ships, and you can see that they do follow a naming convention. You see that some of the larger warships tend to be named after imperial cities. So you pass by some ships that you're names that you're unfamiliar with. You pass by the one named the Port Comfort. You pass by. You kind of chuckle as you pass by the Vassal Home. Unfortunately, no Ambervale here. Not yet, anyway.
Biscuit.
Yeah, you see the the painted names on the sides of the ships. You can see the masts towering over, and you just pass by mast after mast, ship after ship, and then you kind of look down the ways on the dock. You see the mast, mizzen, main, and then the next ship. Main mast, mizzen mast, next ship. Main mast, mizzen mast, next ship. Tree. Off the dock. Where one should not be, certainly. You see unmistakably beyond the ship that's in front of you, named the Worthy, which kind of, I hate this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can see off of its bow, or stern rather, past its mast, you can see unmistakably leaves, green leaves that are where they should not be, as it is currently in the water. It seems this tree is in the water. Approaching further, you can see that the tree makes up the portion of the ship, the bow. You can see the roots of the tree stretching back along the hull of the ship and almost merging into it. This ship has a lower profile than the other ones. It is strangely like a different shade as well, a different coloring, obviously made from a different material than the rest of these Imperial warships. The calligraphy on the decorum that dictates and announces this ship as the Falfnimloth is in a more fancy and elegant elven script. And the entire design of this ship here, even without the fact that it's got a tree growing off of the front of it, is strange in comparison to the other ships. And even by your understanding of what a ship should be and how you understood it, at least with your clan, all of these are of different design, but this one is clearly elvish in its make. The sort of over-the-top trimmings and decorum that kind of are associated with the more, let's say, expressive elvish style. The railings themselves have detailed and unique etchings and carvings into them. And you can see that a few of the sailors and soldiers who are tasked and assigned to the ship as well are a bit tentative when it comes to boarding this ship. The fuck is that? Look, we got assigned to this. Oh dear. Anyways, here's the ship you're assigned to. You can put in for reassignment if you want. But as it stands, this is the Falfnumlo.
I trust it. I think.
I think I trust it.
I trust it more than Worthies.
You trust it more than the Worthy?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you guys doing?
Follow. At least Neri is following Duran's lead
Okay.
because
Sure.
she doesn't see anything at the moment.
This is kind of hard to miss. You don't spot it, but you're not blind. You don't suddenly go blind.
If only.
Are you sure?
You're just staring into the sun. Where's the ship?
And then I'm like, my eyes.
As a failed unsafe.
Elevorn, anything?
Well, I think Elborn became distracted with Era right now. She might not have noticed the ship at all because she's just following them, kind of absent-mindedly thinking about stuff, like hoping that the sky is gonna go okay. Just kind of like, in her own head a little bit too.
Sure. So.
Although I'm like, oh my god, this is so good.
So, you board the ship, and as Elevorn and Era are sort of oblivious in their own little world of attempting to figure out this scry thing and everything like that. You guys find a place where you can kind of sit away from the others for the time being while Era concentrates on attuning to the ring, and Elevorn is there with her. So you guys get out of the sun, you sit in the shade of the tree, and you're like, oh, that's nice, as you just totally disregard the fact that there's a tree here and continue. So.
Hey, my friends are important, you know?
So, after some asking around, you meet the captain of the Falfnimloth, a human man. Seems on the a bit younger side for an Imperial captain, maybe in his mid to late 20s. He has shoulder length, deep brown hair, very angular features about his face, and very unlike the admiral who you had spoken with before, doesn't seem to have spent much time on the seas, at least nowhere near in comparison to him. He doesn't really give you that salty sea dog feel. Either way, he introduces himself as Captain Adriel, and he introduces to you basically his team. He's like, you are the special team that we were to be expecting. Well, I, for one, welcome you aboard the Arbor Wave, and we look forward to sailing with you. I must say, I am proud that I am quite, I consider myself fortunate that you've been assigned to this vessel alongside, to my vessel, as with your reputation, if any ship in this fleet is to get to its destination, it will be the one you're on.
Or the one to get in the most trouble.
No, I have no doubt that our men and women in the Imperial Navy will be able to hold their own against any threat and overcome any obstacle put in front of us.
I don't doubt.
Anyways, allow me, I suppose I should introduce you to our navigator as well. If I could find him. Hunsid? Has anybody seen Hunsid? I think he's in his quarters, Captain, going over some of the charts and stuff before we set sail. Again, old man's always looking over his charts, but it's what you want out of a navigator, huh?
Sounds reasonable.
So, Elevorn and Era, you're staying on the ship as they go to find the navigator.
If you'd like to go, I don't mean to take more time than I already have.
You guys can take care of whatever you wanted to.
Well, I was talking to Elevorn, but thanks for your concern too.
Elevorn's just focusing on casting the spell into the ring, so.
Alright, so after you say this, about 4 minutes later, Elevorn, the spell is cast into the ring. And then, Era, you begin the process of attuning to it, I guess, now. Or she doesn't need to be attuned to it to have the spell put into it, so she could have been attuning to it this whole time.
Yes, we're holding hands.
Yeah, you're holding hands, holding the ring, like. Alright, so what are you doing, Elevorn? You have the option to stay with Era, go with Durand and Neredion.
Oh, I guess I would just ask her. Do you want me to stay? I mean, I don't mind at all. I mean, sometimes it's helpful, but
I think I can handle it from here. If anything, you can keep me up to date with what's going on. If I miss anything cool.
oh, of course, yeah. Okay, yeah, I can do that. And then I'm going to start to walk away from her. and
Okay,
then
you
turn
walk away from her, out of the shade of the tree, away from the rustling leaves in the breeze.
And then I'm gonna turn back around and say, if you need anything, no, like, crap, there's a tree. I mean, let me know.
I will, but most likely I'm overthinking it and I'm really just gonna spy on her, but that sounds a little bit creepier than intended. I think I'll be okay.
It's not spying, it's just a friendly, you're just wondering what she's up to, that's all.
I mean, it shouldn't take long if you really want to wait. Yeah, or... No, you should go. Oh, okay. All right.
Elmar's gonna run back past Era and hug the tree, or try to, if she can get to it.
So to give like more of a look and like visualization to this ship, it's looks like it's more of like a redwood, like a deep redwood type of material, as well as the tree itself.
Whoa.
Though like not a full redwood sized tree, it extends a bit, maybe about as tall as the masts, but you can see that again, like it kind of where the tree meets the ship, and like the roots kind of begin to take over throughout almost the entire length of it. It kind of merges into the ship itself, as if the ship was carved from or into the tree rather. The railings and the detailings that are prevalent everywhere are more brass and gold, so it's got this deep red gold color scheme to it.
Oh, nice.
All right, so everyone's hugging the boat.
I guess if I'm already attuned, if I would be able to use Scry.
It takes about an hour to do, maybe less than 30.
Well,
So
then,
it's gonna be a bit.
So could I like enjoy the view?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, excellent. Well, please let me knock on the wood. Let me, I want to test the durability, like how quality, like.
You have to have some sort of focus still, like to attuning to the ring, but you don't have to like. It's not the first time, so you're not like trying to understand its properties and how this thing works. You already got that, but it's still a matter of time to get yourself attuned. So Durand and Neredion, you're following the captain, and as you guys head in, out of the sun, and down further into the vessel, he talks to you a bit about the ship. It's like, not exactly sure under what circumstances the Empire came into possession of this vessel. From my understanding, it was part of an agreement, a deal with Jejuant and the elves. We did something for them, and in return, they shared with us one of their ships. As far as what we did, I must say that's a bit above my pay grade. However, this has been the Arbor Wave has been key in many of the Empire's naval missions, specifically ones requiring a certain level of subterfuge. You see, the material the ship is made of, and the construction of it is beyond anything that I understand, certainly beyond any other ship that I have either captained or been a crew member on. It is very receptive to magics. And in turn, from what I understand, we have always a crew of some amount of mages. Normally from the academy that have been detailed to serve as well in alongside us. But at least from what they say, which I personally, not a user of magic, though I have studied it a bit as the captain of the ship. I have to understand a certain level to understand the full capabilities of my vessel and my crew. But they say it is not unlike just another person when it comes to casting spells. I don't fully understand what they mean by that, but it allows them to do certain things that they wouldn't be able to do with other ships. Let's just leave it at that.
Interesting.
That is interesting indeed.
Anyways, he gives a couple knocks on a door before entering without just basically giving a warning, not waiting for permission. And he enters, and you can see sitting behind a desk with a mess of navigational charts and tools, compasses, sextants, is this time an older, more pot-bellied human man, balding, tufts of gray brown hair on either side of his head, a thick walrus-like mustache, and he's currently speaking quite loudly and a little bit irritatedly at another crew member who is in there as well. A kind of detached, you can see a sort of annoyance, like a, not annoyance, but like she's holding back words as this man is talking with her, a half-orc female. And it's like, I don't know how much I have to tell you. I don't know how you did it on your previous boats, but this is the Imperial Navy, and if you're going to be a junior navigator on board one of our ships, you're going to chart and organize and categorize these things our way. This is not going to fly. We do it for a reason. It's like, but your reason does not make sense. It's like, well, if you feel like that, then maybe when you're a navigator, you can do it your way, but until then, we do it the way that it's always been done. And then they realize that you have come in. Right. Allow me to introduce our navigator, Hunsid, and his rather lively junior navigator, Yvelda.
Well, good day.
And who are they, Captain? This is Durand and Naradian. They are from the special corps that the Emperor has assigned to us. Oh, apologies and welcome aboard. I'm sorry you had to witness that. And Yvelda kind of just rolls her eyes as she goes about reorganizing charts as Hunsid prefers.
Is everything alright?
Everything is just fine. Simple little dispute and how to organize our charts, and but it's no matter of yours. Welcome aboard. We've got a long way ahead of us. I'm sure we'll get to know each other a little better by the end of it. Until then, and she gathers all of the bunch of charts up and looks to Hunted. I will be back with them organized the proper way. Walks by you and out the door.
Well,
What are you going to do? She's sharp as a dagger, that one. Smart, knows her stuff, but stubborn as all hell. This what happens when you get someone from the private sector, I suppose.
The private sector.
Yes, she's sort of what you would call, I guess, don't really like the term, but more of a mercenary than anything. This expedition, we've had to branch out and bring in a few either swords or other individuals with capabilities that aren't necessarily a part of the Imperial Navy. And as my luck would have it, my junior navigator is one such individual. The captain speaks up. Yes, but Yavelda does have a certain knack for navigating. She's very good at it. And, I would hazard to say near as good as even you, Hunsid. But she has come from a less, let's say, disciplined background than our Navy. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Hunsid, she something of a merchant marine. Not exactly sure from where, but regardless, I will show you to where it is that the four of you will be quartering while we are underway. And he shows you to a very sort of cramped room with 2 beds along each wall and sort of hammocks above them. And this is for all 4 of you. There's
What the?
Duen,
Wait, what?
and you, Nettlebeon, look in here and are like, oh, it's gonna be like this. We'll go ahead and take a
I've
break.
slept worse. Places.
I was thinking the same thing. I slept worse. It's been a long time, but I slept worse.
I'll take a hammock over just plain ground with a bedroll on it. If
No, it's not a bedroll. It's an actual bed, like kind of built out of the wall. So.
Yeah, I mean, but
And
just
it's, I wouldn't say cramped. It's cozy. Let's call it that.
If I extend my arm outward from the bed, do I hit the other bed?
No. But
Okay.
if you kind of reach out and then with your other leg reach out, you can. And yes, Yavelda was the navigator in the one shot.
Holy fuck.
But again, that was like 2 years prior to the start of our campaign, so.
I was excited when you were like, it's a half orc. I was like, is it her?
Alright, see you guys in a bit.
yes.
Thank you. All right. So, jumping back into it, you guys have been introduced to the leadership aboard the ship that you shall be sailing on, the Falfnumloth, translated as the Arbor Wave. You're still on board the ship. You met the captain, the navigator, the junior navigator. You've seen many of the members of the crew around as you, get acquainted with where you will be sleeping for the foreseeable future. And you make your way back up topside, where there is Elavorn and Era near the bow of the ship, where the tree that makes up the majority of the front of the ship and is casting its shade over a good portion of the ship itself, stands high above the waterline. Elavorn, have you stopped hugging the boat in this time?
No, I want to talk to the boat.
You want the boat.
Well, maybe not the boat, but the tree that's growing on the boat. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so you cast Speak with Plants.
Yes.
Okay.
You're a boat. You're a tree. You're a tree boat. Hi.
It has been some time since one has come along who was able to communicate with me. I've almost forgotten what that is like. Hello, elf.
So, would you like to, wow, you're so cool.
It is strange. I am not accustomed to such movement. And as I said, it's been some time since I've been able to communicate with another. My reach is not what it used to be.
Your reach? What does that mean?
Prior to what you see me as now, I stood in a grove of other similar trees such as myself. Now, I suppose you could say it as seeing is what your kind do. My sight is limited to myself and vaguely those who take their presence aboard me.
I see. Are you, you must miss them. I'm sorry.
At
You are
times-
magnificent, though.
Why, thank you. At times I do, however. When I was first chosen, it was a great honor. Though I am unfamiliar with those who now guide me through the waters.
Would you like to become more familiar?
The leaves rustle a bit. there others who might speak to me?
Well, if I start right now, I might possibly be able to find a way to make it so they could talk to anybody.
Are there interesting ones to talk to? The ones who chose me, who made me this so long ago, they were very interesting people. Not unlike yourself.
You could tell me about them, at the very least. I mean, at, a more leisurely pace, because this, I've used magic to be able to talk to you right now, and this will wear off after a time.
How long do you have? What's the duration of the spell? 10 minutes?
An hour.
An hour? 3 days.
No, it's 10.
Okay. So over the course of the spell, the tree does go into the tree's backstory, which now I have to make a backstory for a tree.
There's no way you attached a giant tree to a ship, and you didn't think Alvor was going to spend the entire boat ride talking to the ship.
Well, gotta awaken it first to do that, but yeah, that's the plan. I mean,
now
my
we're
goodness,
awakening the
this is so
ship.
cool.
Okay, here goes.
You do these things.
So, the tree goes into telling you about her time before she was made into the ship you stand on now. Apparently she was part of a family, as she refers to it, in what she calls the Grove of the Cele, which, Elavon, you are familiar. The Cele are basically the elvish pantheon of gods. And she was among a few chosen to be turned into these ships for the properties that the trees in the grove had, to being very let's see, it's like, I'm trying to think of the word, like sponges for magic. Basically they're very receptive to magic. There we go. And they were used back in essentially the times not long after the Scourge, before Jejuanth had been united under the elves that currently rule the country to the Empire's north. And they had been essentially key parts and tools towards uniting Jejuanth once again after the chaos, which was the aftermath of the Scourge. And she explains how in recent times, at least recent for the tree, she had been essentially bartered off, traded, a part of an agreement between the Elysian Empire and those of Jejuanth, and that's how she had ended up here.
Well, you are certainly the most amazing tree I have ever met.
Thankfully, Artet is nowhere around.
I know,
That's
right?
what I was thinking.
You pose the question once more, and the tree seems open, maybe even excited to the idea of expanding its consciousness.
Okay, so I'll be back. And Elborn is going to just take off and off the boat. Yes.
Just
She's
everyone just
looking
runs
for-
off the boat.
Yeah, she's looking for stuff that she needs for this spell.
Sure. Daran and Nedadian, you come up topside just in time to see Elevorn running off the boat. Era, would you like to try to scry?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. So, do you have the goggles? Did you give those to her, Elevorn?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, you take out the slightly crooked crystalline goggles that act in place of like a crystal ball type spellcasting focus for the scrying spell. With the spell in the ring now attuned to the ring, you concentrate on the scrying spell, on the magic within the ring, on the visage of your sister, the sound of her voice in your head the last time you spoke, and you channel and cast the spell as your sort of kaleidoscopic vision that you have through these goggles of the ship in front of you begin to sort of blur and fade out as this gray silvery mist overtakes your vision. As the mist clears, your sight appears to be very quickly rocketing in a certain direction. You are soaring, zooming in over an ocean towards a coastline. And as you get close to the coastline and begin to sort of continue to zoom and hone in on a specific location, it's almost as if your vision, your sight as you are experiencing this, hits a wall. And instantly, the scry spell ends, and you are sitting on the boat.
It didn't work. I wasn't able to get through. It couldn't have just ended.
Take the goggles off and look around to see, slightly confused, out of the loop, Durand and Nedadian, and Elevorn nowhere around.
I will attempt to, I guess, out of desperation, without really explaining anything, I'll try to send another message.
To your sister?
Yes.
You cast the spell, you send the message, and the moments feel like minutes, but there is no response.
I try to send another one.
Same thing. So Durand and Nedadian, you're watching as Era frantically casts a spell, speaks to her sister, whatever she's saying, calling out, like, frustrated slash a mix of frustration and pleading to her voice for a response. Nothing, and she goes and does it again.
Are you alright?
She's still not responding, right?
No, it was working, or it looked like it was going to, but I don't know, it was kind of like it was stopped. But I can't get through to her, or anyone. I don't know anyone else over there.
But You mean your sister in Draconia?
Oh, right. I was after what we heard, what the captain said, I began to worry because I had been trying to reach my sister for a while, and well, we don't know the state, so I don't want to. I can't get a hold of her at all. And how soon are we? How soon do we have left? I mean, until we get there. Much. It's just I don't know what else to do.
Well,
How long is the journey to Draconia?
yeah, we haven't even left yet.
No.
I know, but how long?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. The time I spent from there to here, I wasn't conscious. And a different means of travel, I'm sure.
So, you could just ask any random sailor if you're feeling that desperately to know, Era.
We've experienced magic like this before, though. It could be something similar. Something I recall back when we tried to use magic to get to Neridion's mom. And one way or another, they were being blocked.
That doesn't stop it from being blocked, though.
Well, I don't really know otherwise, but once we leave, you can still keep trying to get in contact with her. And I mean, your sister is a capable, she can fend for herself, right? So I'm sure she's fine. But I mean, I understand totally that you're worried, and I mean, just like I was worried with my mom and everything, but I mean, we can't really do much right now, right? Except like maybe try to leave faster. I don't know how these things go, but
There's no point. There's not much else I can do but wait until we arrive and figure out the situation or exactly what we're going to do. It's just I think you're right though. She is able to take care of herself. Right. She'd be difficult, but that's just it. It's I'll be fine. I at least needed to try.
yeah, of course. And like I said, I mean, we're going to be on this ship for a while. You can still keep trying, and you can keep the ring too and ask the scry spell again and try to scry again every now and then.
Yeah.
Alright. So are you guys good? On the boat, at least for now? You guys have a week and a half remaining. So if there are any provisions or anything that you guys want to take along for the trip, which I suppose you don't know how long it's going to take yet yourselves.
But we could ask a sailor, right? So we can get like an estimate.
Alright, so some sailors that are bringing on some boxes on to the gangplank and on board the ship. You stop them. Looks like two fairly young individuals, maybe like late teens, early 20s. Still have a bit of scrawniness about them. Their uniforms that they're wearing seem a bit loose. You approach them.
Excuse me. Just about how long would it take to sail over to Chigonia?
All of the briefings that they gave us put our time frame around 3 months or so.
3 months.
Yeah, it's a bit of a ways away. And that's just getting there. How long we're gonna be there for, not even we really know.
I can't fathom why they would delay this.
What'd you say?
I can't fathom why they would delay this. It's been a month.
Well, we had to get all the ships weren't here. This is, they had to assemble the fleet, get all the provisions, all the personnel. I don't know. I'm just a deckhand, sir.
It's okay. I'm just, it wasn't you in particular.
And they continue with their work. So you got your answer.
Grace may save.
What'd you say?
Grace may save.
I mean, you're not taking like an airplane or anything like that. This is medieval shippery we're talking about.
Maybe it'll be faster to invent airplanes.
Yeah.
I have the groundwork already. In my meta brain.
Oh yeah? You're gonna build an airplane?
Man.
You already invented the motorcycle and the handgun, so.
Exactly.
Alright. So, once you guys disembark and depart from Verity here, you're in for about a 3-month journey ahead. So with that knowledge, well, if you guys want any, it would probably behoove you to maybe pick up a project or two that you could accomplish in that time, because you're going to have downtime should you want it. Regardless, Elevorn is out somewhere in the port city of Verity, running around looking for quite the expensive gem. Go to make an investigation check, Elevorn. Much like Netadian's perception, it's one of the best rolls in the game. The thing is, your perception modifier is just straight 0. You just always roll bad whenever you have to roll perception.
Yeah, I know. Of those like 2 times when I've rolled nat 20 or something, but
Yeah.
I think that's similar with
weird.
me in charisma. It's a little bit higher, but there's like 2 or 3 times where I've just hit a 20 and everything else has been complete. Blah.
Okay, so I rolled an 18, so that's 16.
Ooh. Alright. So you managed to find the right people to talk to that leads you to the right people to talk to that leads you to the right person to talk to who's pretty skeptical. You're asking for a big amount as you're in you end up in what looks like more of a high scale jewelry. The man you're talking to is wearing a sort of jeweler's eye piece and otherwise looks pretty well off. And it seems like he's been in this trade for some time now. The pieces that he has here, at least on display, and the shop itself is well under guard for the valuables within, are not near the price point that you need for the spell, but after requesting to see that you are capable of covering the funds and the price of your ask, he says that he can acquire what you need before you have to depart. So just to give me perhaps 4 or 5 days to send the necessary letters and talk to the right people, and I can have it for you, as I said, less than a week's time. Would that be sufficient?
Well, if that's the only way, I mean, you don't have any contacts. It's not coming from like Vasselholm or anything, right?
It is not. No, I prefer to keep my suppliers in context with regards to this sort of inventory on a need-to-know basis.
Well, I was just trying to further expedite it, but okay.
I understand, and I apologize if it's not as quick as you would hope. However, I can't just go handing out names of those who hold such valuables, you understand.
Oh, of course not. That is reasonable. I just, I could deliver a letter or,
I will push for 4 days if you will still be around in that time.
I should be, yes.
Then I shall see you then. And thank you for coming to me for this need.
Thank you.
Alright. So, you guys reconvene off the docks. Meet back up with Neve, Zev, and Spencrid. And if there's nothing else to do, you can follow them to Little Draconia. Is there anything else that you guys want to do here in the city at this point in time?
I'm okay.
I need to find a tree, but,
Need to find what?
A tree.
We have a mobile
A
tree.
Can
we teleport through the tree of the boat?
No.
Damn it.
No, the whole thing is they're connected, right? You can't. It's not. That tree
Right. Can you imagine though?
Yeah.
That would be broken. Oh, be like, you guys go off. We'll meet you in 2 months and 3 weeks. We're gonna kick it in Ambervale till then. You know what? On second thought, Ella, when you just awaken that tree, it'll sail itself there, and we'll just.
Yes. This should happen.
Look, the dragons would only attack a boat with people on it, but like if there's no people.
Would they?
I mean, why would they attack a boat with no people?
It's just a
boat
that is sailing.
Yeah, it's just a tree in the water.
Nothing suspicious here. Just an unmanned tree boat coming through. Don't worry about this. Let it through.
Okay,
It's just a big piece of debris.
It's just a piece of debris. Yeah, an upright tree. I'm just a debris. You know what? You're gonna have to roll like a 35 deception for that. I'm sorry.
I could roll for that.
You could roll a 35 deception?
I can try my damnness.
Yeah, you can try.
You need like a +15 in deception to get that roll.
Right?
You need to be Demetrius to pull that off.
I'm
True.
pretty
No, Demetrius
deceptive.
is more insight, you know. He's not. I mean, is Demetrius deceptive? Oh no, Demetrius. Yeah, is
I
he
am.
deceptive?
Yeah.
You are just okay. I believe you. All right. So you find a sufficient tree, Elevorn. It's not difficult to do. So until you guys depart, you guys obviously can have access to the transportation that you're used to. You know, Elevorn via trees, and with Era to whatever circles that you are familiar with out. I believe it's just the vassal home and Cele one. But you guys make your way following Zevzal and Neve along with Svankrid as it comes to late afternoon as you walk away from the more densely populated and crowded areas of Verity outside of the walls of the city to open fields. To your right, there is a pretty clear shot view of the beaches and the expansive ocean beyond. And after about 20 minutes of walking, you begin to see a little hovel beginning to appear in the distance. As I described before, it's similar in its construction to what Ambervale looked like before you guys came in. Very humble dwellings, dirt roads that really only are roads because of the orientation of the buildings. As you walk by, you can see that you guys are getting a few looks, though not this time because of you, Daran, but instead it seems like it's a bit strange to see non-Dragonborn in this part of town, in this area. So people are kind of looking interested at what are Elevorn, Neridion, and Era doing here. You can see that there are... you watch as a pair of red Dragonborn running with a green Dragonborn child run off in front of you, kicking up dust. There are small livestock animals that are just kind of walking around, chickens, sheep, that are kind of just loosely being attended to by their Dragonborn owners. And Zevzal, as you guys cross the threshold and continue walking in, from on top of his horse. Well, welcome to Little Draconia. It grows bigger every passing week as the word and rumor and fear of Dragonborn grows in the Empire. More of them are finding comfort here. And he kind of says quieter to just you, Dadand, and in Draconic. It has taken some getting used to being around certain others, but I try to curb that little bit of, that side of me. It's hard, though. As he kind of glances over to what looks like a pelt-carrying black Dragonborn.
You know, the first time I saw I mean, he's a friend at this point, so it's embarrassing to even think of, but I understand.
I know they're not them, but can't really look at them without thinking back. It's unfair to them, I understand that, but I can't help it. Hopefully coming with you and dealing with that part of our past will put that to rest. I'm not sure. Do I have a... I am cleared to come with you, right?
Yes, of course.
Good. And you guys continue on, and you can see that here in Little Draconia, there seems to be a further sort of sectioning off. You can see that similar Dragonborn tend to live and hang around similar colored Dragonborn, and you get to the point where and this, as it opens up to sort of almost a cul-de-sac like conglomerations of buildings. This is Little Oryx. This is where those of us that made the journey have settled in. And as you guys approach, there's like word spreading around, and familiar faces that begin to pour out to come and greet you. Some of them elders of your village. One of them you recognize as sort of one of the more esteemed members of your clan that worked in that large central library town hall like building that was for the longest time the sort of jewel of your clan. Worked with those in your clan that had capabilities for magic, and you recognize him. Though you recognize them all by name, his comes quickest to your memory. It is Narvenis. But you see others that you recognize more women and children than other soldiers soldiers in training like yourself. But as they approached, you can see this sort of adoration in their eyes for you, this glint, this gleam of, hearing stories about you and what you have become, what you have accomplished. Is a matter of pride for them and a matter of hope for, if you can do it, then hey, maybe we can do well here after all.
Mm-hmm.
But now Venice, an older Dragonborn comes up to you. You can see his once very finely kept robes. He still does his best, but they have been thrown into a little bit of disarray. Durand, it has been some time, but we have heard so much of what you have done. And it is, well, very good to see one of Yildirim's chosen doing such good work here in the Empire.
It's good to see that you and the others are still here.
And
I can't describe the relief, honestly.
And I am relieved to see you here well, also. But I do not see his other chosen? My old protege. Where is Akara?
Unfortunately, I wasn't with Akara for too long. I haven't been able to find her. I'm granted, I haven't tried that hard. Other things have kind of gotten in the way, but I almost didn't follow her trail after I heard that there's a potential that she jumped on a boat and headed over to Draconia.
Why would she do that without you?
I can't understand that. He was far too difficult to understand the time that we spent together.
I understand that she certainly had a complexity about her. All the potential and capability in the world. Bit of a mental block, though. It was a curious one, and unfortunately, tragedy occurred before I could work too long with her on her talents.
I mean, if she's as bright as you say she is, then I don't imagine she went back without a plan.
Well, I suppose if that is the case, then I'm just all the more glad that then there will be all the more of us heading back. I have no doubts that more of our family back there that are yet to be found. I speak of them as if we aren't the lost ones here in a strange land, but such is the way of things. And he approaches, and he does stand about a head or so shorter than you, but he has wisdom and experience that you can see in his eyes that are well beyond yours, even. He puts a hand on your shoulder, and I want to personally express what a heavy loss it was. Algorthun, he was a great man. One of the best of us, for sure.
Yeah, that's undoubtable, and I mean, I'm sure if not for him, many others wouldn't have made it. So I'm thankful for him every moment of my existence.
Indeed. Well, I shan't keep you much longer. I'm sure that you could regale us with many of your tales and adventures since you've gotten here, and I'm sure a lot of the youngins would appreciate that.
I have some time before I'm gone. Maybe I'll spend a bit of time thinking up how to tell these tales. Maybe.
Well, it's not what we had before, but as long as we're still a clan, home is home.
Yeah.
He looks to Elevorn, Era, Nedadion, Sven. And despite whatever your path takes you, whatever family, friends, homes that you forge, you are, of course, always welcome here.
Of course, I appreciate that. You all are still my clan. You're still my family.
And see that the dozens of blue dragonborn that you grew up around. Some of them that maybe you didn't see much of, either they were too young or they just weren't really in a position to cross paths with you, but with such a close-knit and relatively small clan of less than 1,000, you definitely recognize in the names of of most of these individuals do come to mind as you look across their faces. A young dragonborn, maybe about half your size, Era, comes up and tugs on your robes. Hera? Did we lose Mags again?
She is talking, but I don't hear her.
You can't hear her. Even the light isn't lighting up.
Let me unplug her mic and plug it back in. Hold on.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Sorry.
No problem.
Half my size?
About.
Uh,
So it's kind of odd because, like, it looks like it's kind of difficult to gauge the age of a dragonborn child, but they appear younger than what the average human child would be at that size. So it seems they grow bigger faster.
I see. Okay. I'm going to try Interconic, I guess, and ask, oh, can I help you with something, kid?
See the mouth kind of open, like, well, you talk normal.
I'm gonna flip my hair. Of course I talk.
What are you doing here?
We're here to do important things, adult things.
My daddy told me that you were gonna be doing important and exciting things, but adult things are boring. How can you be doing exciting and adult things?
Well, that just depends on what you find exciting. So, like, what do you like to do?
I like to play with my friends. We like throwing sticks and playing in the water and playing soldier.
Oh, well, I kind of do something like that, sort of.
Adults don't play soldier. Adults are soldiers. Being a
Exactly.
soldier isn't fun.
Not always. It's more about the craft, I guess. For example, I'm going to take out my spell book.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to not disintegrate. Hell no.
I'm gonna disintegrate the kid.
Just quickly, just go by that page very quickly. Okay. Okay, so I want you to focus on a color, and I'm going to use detect thoughts as I ask him this question.
Okay. Does he have to make a check?
Oh, I do. I actually.
Or is that just probe deeper? I think you can get surface thoughts, right? For free?
Yeah. I would hope it's a surface thought.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely a surface thought. The color he's thinking about is blue.
Oh, blue?
I don't know what that has to do with being a soldier, but that's awesome.
Okay, well, how about this? You're not like afraid of heights, are you, or anything crazy?
I'm not afraid of anything, lady.
You're making this very fun for me if I really wanted it to be, but I'm not trying to scare you, kid. I'm going to
like a bit taller. Like, how dare you challenge me?
I don't know if I should cast Fly on the kid. Is that a really good idea?
You could drop her whenever you want. Just not while he's...
True, okay.
That's a bad way to phrase that.
Let's do that.
You're gonna cast Fly on the kid?
Mm-hmm.
You cast Fly on him and nothing happens.
What do you mean?
I mean, he has to try to fly. It doesn't catapult him into the air.
Oh,
He has the ability to fly, but if he doesn't know what you're doing...
Okay. Okay, pretend I'm gonna throw you off somewhere, but you don't get thrown off. You end up, how do I put this? You can fly if you try.
Yeah, lady, I've tried that before and it really hurt.
Try it again. Trust me.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh,
This kid's been hurt by like a tall fence post before or something.
$16.
16. So he looks at you skeptically. He takes a few steps back. All this, by the way, has gone almost pretty much completely unnoticed. And okay. And then he gets a little bit of a running start and then jumps and then above your head. And everybody just, what as this little dragonborn kid takes to the skies. And you hear a lady, oh my god, Caitlin, what are you doing?
Hey kid, if you fly down here before I drop you, you have about 10 seconds, and I'm gonna start.
What? I can't hear you, ladies. Wait.
Oh my god. I don't want to yell loudly, but I'm. Hold up. Oh,
So-
damn it! Okay.
Presumably the kid's mom is just running around like underneath them like, what's happening?
Oh my god. Oh, I'm going. Yell down, or else I'm gonna drop him.
You're gonna yell?
Yeah. Okay, maybe not drop him. Politely drop him.
Politely drop him? How do you politely...
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna tell him the spell ends. That's a good idea.
So you're gonna yell out the spell ends?
No. I'm gonna tell the kid
He's-
he has 10 seconds.
He can't
to
hear
the
you.
ground.
You can't whisper to the kid.
I'm yelling. I'll yell it. Just not the threatening things.
Okay.
Not the threatening thing.
Not the threatening things.
I could go up.
Kid's coming back down, and you can see all of his friends like all around, and like, "Oh my God, how are you doing that, Kevin?" And then he comes down and lands next to them, and is like, "Come on, it's awesome! I'll take you."
I'm gonna dip.
You're dropping the spell.
Oh wait.
Dropped us.
Wait, is he?
He lands on the ground. He's like, "Oh my God,
He's
it's
about
so
to go-
awesome! I can fly, guys! Come on, I'll take you. I'll show you."
No, I'm.
And he grabs
totally
one of them by the
dropping
wrist. You drop the spell.
the-
Do you drop the spell?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so he takes one of his friends by the wrist, and then gets a little bit of a running start, dragging his friend behind, leaps into the air, and then face plants.
My hands covering my mouth. I'm panicking.
His mom puts up, like, "What was that?" And picks him up, and he's like, "Oh," and wipes out a mouthful of dirt. Well, like, easy come, easy go. And his friends are laughing. Anyways, after this kind of calms down, eyes kind of turn towards your group a bit suspiciously. Well, yes, Narvenis says, "You and your friends certainly know how to announce your arrival. I at least hope that somehow that was your doing. Otherwise, we have, I don't know, maybe the young Kithen has some latent, some dormant potential in him. I'll have to investigate that."
Well, I mean, maybe he does, but that definitely seemed like Era.
He looks over the others, not entirely sure who Era was.
Staring intently into my spell book.
I'm just gonna like point to him.
Like that one.
Yeah, I'm
Ronda nodding.
all for this.
Pretending not to notice.
Well. Just try to... Just don't hurt anyone.
No, she wouldn't, at least maybe not on purpose.
I'm well familiar with those with the proficiency for the arcane. And without the proper respect and discipline, it can be dangerous. Although
No,
I am
course.
not one who... I am not in a position to lecture.
Well, I mean, who knows? She could probably pick up a thing or two from you. And not bad at Draconic, to be honest.
Really? Well,
Most
that's,
surprising thing, honestly.
that is a good start. Most of, many, the older spells and the first spells even have their script in Draconic. ours as well as those of the elves were the, you could say, progenitors of the arcane arts. And then he was like, all right, not Venice. We've traveled quite a ways. I believe we are ready to get settled in for the evening. Oh, yes, of course. I have a few other matters I need to attend to before heading to bed myself. Welcome back, Neve, Zavzal. Your home is, of course, where as you left it. Thank you.
One thing, actually.
What?
No, Venice.
Yes.
This is a shot in the dark, but Did you see my mother at any point?
She was not aboard the ships as far as I know. I did not see her since before the attack. No.
I see. Okay.
But just as with all the others I did not see, I hold hope. They're still out there somewhere. I can feel it.
Yeah, I'm almost entirely sure.
So, the crowd begins to disperse. Mother taking the young kitten away, dusting off his clothing, as she does. And afterwards, just giving evil eye back towards Era's direction, which you may or may not even notice. But you are brought into the very quaint and humble abode of Zavzal and Neve. A 2-room home with an open first room, a simple table, a cooking pot, and some very basic furnishing and decoration. It doesn't look unlike many of the homes that you recall from your time growing up, Durand, although even this is a bit like of a downgraded version of that, but the basic layout of the home is very similar to what you remember.
Try to keep it as close to the original.
I don't think we even really thought of it that much when building it. It's just what we knew, you know?
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't mind, maybe knocking down a wall, adding an extra room or two. Somewhere for, training and exercise when the weather is poor. Neve rolls her eyes. As she begins to put tea on.
My God, if I close my eyes for a moment, it almost feels like I'm back home.
Zavzal rests his walking stick alongside a wall and takes a seat. Can't let yourself do that, Durand. You can get stuck there.
Oh, no, it's okay. I mean, it just... I spent a while stuck there. It's considerably better now, but you know, just the way this place looks, you guys, and the smell and everything, it takes me back.
So, as Neve comes with drinks and asks, so who would like tea? And we do have a small bit of ale, if anyone would prefer that.
Like shrugging in the direction of Zozo.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind. I wouldn't mind having some tea.
Alright. You already know what I want, love. And Neve kind of gives him a... rolls her eyes playfully. Of course. As she pours out tea for Nedadion as well as anyone else who would prefer tea.
No, I'll take tea.
Really?
I just for the sake of feeling like I'm back at home for the day. I mean, I didn't drink that much over there.
Well, I guess not at home you didn't.
Definitely not at home.
I mean, the first time we met Neve here was in a bar.
But-
Back in Estellabor's.
Right, I don't forget easily.
As she comes in, everyone has their drinks and kind of sits down and begins to unwind. Zevzal continues, and I find it kind of, at least interesting, that had it not been for your mother and Neve's father trying to set the two of you up, Neve and I would not have ended up together. As he takes a drink of his ale.
Funny how that works.
Yes, Neve says, looking over at Zevzal. And if I recall correctly, you drank quite a bit that night. Pretty loud as well. What do you mean? Well, I recall a certain little bit of conversation after we had parted ways, where you had inquired as to whether I had a friend or a sister. I don't remember that at all. Do you remember that, Donald? I don't remember that.
I mean, I drank a little bit too, you know.
Make a deception check?
Yeah, but I did drink. I did drink.
Wasn't
it? You know, I actually
You're
kind
not
of
lying, but you're being deceptive.
Look, I kind of wish. I wish I rolled low, but it's a fucking nat 20 minus 2, so it's 18.
Oh, wow.
Can I choose to fail?
Oh.
No, it's fine.
Oliver is going to stand up and go, "Wow, this tea is so good," and like clumsily bang the cup on the table like a little harder than she means to. And just like, "I am so tired. I'm gonna go to the boat. It's beautiful." And she's just gonna probably walk in backwards into the door and then turn around and like open the door and leave.
Did I say something wrong?
What time of day is it again? I'm asking out loud.
It's late afternoon, early evening.
I think I'll take a nail.
Okay.
I'm just gonna like pat around on the back and like you this is gonna be interesting.
I don't understand.
Zev, at least. So, what's the what was that about? Neve looks over. You're pretty clueless, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Me neither.
Men usually are clueless about things like these.
Neve takes a sip of coffee or it's tea, sorry. And if you just let her go and be with her thoughts, it's only going to be worse for you later.
She's upset?
What'd you say?
Is she upset?
Is she a pet?
Is she upset?
Upset.
Oh.
Why is my... You're not the only person that has a hard time hearing me.
Yeah, a pet, upset, sorry. I just
Okay.
misunderstood. You were clear, I just misunderstood. She looks between you, Durand, and Zevzal and just sighs.
Well, I guess I should check on her. I'll be right back.
And Durand gets up and follows out the door that Elevorn neglected to close. Still not sure exactly what's transpiring here, but Yana shrugs and continues with his drink, and Neve looks to Era and Neredian. So what's the deal with those two?
I think... I mean... I guess it's something they don't want to admit to each other or to themselves.
Well, that's interesting. They do seem like good people, though. Of course, I've known Durand a lot longer. I've only really met Elevorn the 2 times. But she does seem like a sweetheart.
She is. She's a really sweet person. Yeah.
The biggest.
And Durand, you head out after Elevorn. As you get out, you can see her just on the outskirt of Little Oryx, heading back into Little Draconia towards Verity. Are you trying to sprint away, Elevorn, or can he catch up with you?
I don't think she's paying attention to how quickly she's walking. She's just going away. You know?
Alright. So Durand, you are able
Roll
to
for speed.
you're kind of able to power walk, jog, and catch up with Elevorn and kind of match her stride as you catch up and start walking next to her.
Elephant is very much in her. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say she's very much in her own head right now. She doesn't probably notice that anybody's
Yeah.
around her.
Hold up a sec.
Oh, why are you here? Stop and turn around. Turn to face around.
Are you upset?
No, I just, it seems like you could use some time with Zebsol and me, and, it would be good. It's good for you. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Elevorn's nodding.
it's been plenty of time. If anything, I think I've seen you the least these past 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've been busy and I've been busy and we're leaving for, do you know how long we're going to be gone? I mean, I don't know.
Right. They said about 3 months.
That's like a while, isn't
A
it?
very long one.
Okay, well, I talked to the boat earlier, and I thought maybe I would just go keep the boat company for a while.
Sure. Do you want to do that alone?
Well, not really. I mean, no? Well, I mean, you can't talk to her yet, so, but eventually I'm working on that, but if you wanted to hang out with Zepsel and me, that's fine. I mean, it's not really a choice. I just, was like, I remembered about the boat, and also it's late, and the sun is not as much in the sky now, so...
I mean, if you don't mind, I'll accompany you. You've been running around a lot. Maybe be nice if you take a load off.
Just been trying to be busy so that I wouldn't think about all the stuff and people and everything that it's just Neri's mom is going to look after Kina. She's actually going to stay in the house in Amberville with her while we're gone, so that's good,
Yeah, that's good. When is the last time you thought about yourself?
A few minutes ago.
I mean, like, genuinely.
What do you mean? I don't...
I don't know. I feel like you're doing a lot for other people and not enough for yourself.
Well, that's what I want, though, is for, the people around me to be happy and have what they need and, also, take care of random dragons that just come set everything on fire randomly.
I mean, yeah. That's not like that's not all you do or all you have to do.
Well, no, but it is, like, important, kind of, I think. Some of the stuff. I mean, a lot of the stuff is important. I mean, some of it's silly, though. Like, I was talking to the boat. That's not necessarily important, but...
And so you guys are saying this and talking as you're walking back to the boat, or are you stopped, or are you... Where are you guys headed?
I don't know. I'm keeping up with her. So whatever she's doing.
Well, what are you doing, Elevorn? Headed to the boat? Standing still? Somehow turning around and heading back to Little Draconia? Or Little Ulhar? Or in some other random direction?
How far are we from the ocean?
Well, it wouldn't be too far of a walk.
Okay, we're walking towards the ocean now. Or Ella
Okay.
is. I don't know if Thorond is.
Okay. Yeah, well, Durand was keeping up with her. So you guys find yourself transitioning from the dirt to grass to more of a sort of gravelly sand to a more sandy beach with... It's a little gravelly. It's not like, perfect, beautiful sandy beaches, but it's nice enough. Especially at this point as the sun is beginning to set. Back with Neve and Zev. Zevzal asks, so that was you that shot a kid into the sky?
Oh no, did we lose her
Did we
again?
lose her mic again?
Did we lose Dune also?
Hello?
I mean, I can see
Hello?
you, Lottie.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, I didn't catch any of that. I'm sorry. I don't know what was wrong with my... Yeah,
No
I don't
problem.
know. The computer's buggy.
Yeah. So I should forget something. Basically, Zev seems amused by the flying child from earlier.
Oh. Okay, sorry. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing, but not Aaron.
You have to say it how you said it.
So then that was you that flung a child into the sky earlier.
I wouldn't say flung, but yes, it was definitely a miscalculation on my end. I was trying to demonstrate it. Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, I found it amusing, personally. Can't much speak for a little boy's mother, though.
Oh, well, I assure you the kid wouldn't have been in any harm, regardless of whether he wanted to continue flying or not. I wouldn't put anybody like that in danger. Not like that.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lesson to be learned somewhere after that face plant. Something about, I suppose. I don't know. What would you say the lesson was there? Neve is like, I have no idea what you're even trying to say right now. Like, something like, you can't just put your faith in someone else's powers, trust yourself, something. There's a lesson there, right?
Yeah, I guess there is a lesson there somewhere. But though I hope, he's not dumb enough to like attempt again, because that would be bad. Well, I mean, he should have an idea that I had something to do with it anyways, unless he completely forgot. You know what? It's fine.
I'm sure after that mouthful of dirt, he won't be trying it again anytime soon.
I don't mean to laugh.
Alright. So, Duran Telefon on the beach. You just hanging out for some time, or is there something that you guys want to say?
So, I mean, I figured that they would, I could talk to you about it later, but, it was really weird to be at the house without you.
Back home? In Amber?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was just you weren't there. It was kind of weird. I mean, I understood, but, I guess I didn't expect it to be weird, because it is Amberville, and, it just didn't seem quite the same,
Well, yeah, I suppose. It was the same traveling over here. It's been a while since I've had to camp out like that and with different company. It was a bit strange. I felt off, but couldn't put my finger on it.
I know you have a lot of like really important things going on and like more responsibilities and stuff. And I just really and then Elevorn's going to turn to Durant, and there's space between them. She'll like run over a little bit and give him a hug.
Okay. Unexpected. Well, I guess. Is this payback for the capital when I did the same thing?
What?
Nothing, I'm just gonna hug her back.
Okay. And so, you guys spend a little while longer walking the beach before heading back, and everybody getting settled in for a night's rest. Although, you're gonna have to pull out the bedrolls. There aren't really guest beds for this many people, but it's nothing that you guys aren't used to. Elevorn, I mean, would you like to do your trancing stuff outside the house, or it's a pretty clear night out?
Yeah, probably outside.
Okay. In that case, everybody, you guys get to sleep, and With thoughts of what's to come, the 3 months ahead, and the curiousness behind why you weren't able to scry on your sister or get any communication with her, perhaps. You guys eventually, with all these thoughts rattling around in your head, do manage to get to sleep. Durand, you are woken up what seems like a few hours later. It's still dead of night. It's dead of night at this point. Durand, it's Neve.
Yes? Something wrong?
Can we talk? Away from here.
Yes, of course.
Elevon, make a perception check as you are still kind of in a semi-conscious state of trance.
That's a 9.
So, you don't hear the conversation, but you do hear the door opening and closing, and you kind of twitch at that, snaps you out of your trances. You're kind of around the corner from the main entrance and just sitting there against the building, trancing against the wall, and you turn in time to see Neve leading Durand away.
I know I really shouldn't do this, but I'm just gonna turn into, like, I don't know, a little mouse or something and follow them.
Okay. So, you follow them as Neve leads you, Durand, away from the rest of Little Oryx, partway towards the ocean, before turning to you as nothing but the silence, the nocturnal insects, and the little occasional skittering and rustling of small creatures around you. Nothing to be alarmed by, however. As Neve turns to you. Sorry for bringing you out here, waking you up, but...
No, it's okay. Is something wrong?
I'm not sure if I would say something was wrong, but... And she looks down, away, as if trying to find the words, or at least the confidence to speak them. And she takes about a half step closer, and I know that Sevzal is set on going with you back to Dracania, back to our real home. And I wouldn't even think of trying to talk him out of that. It is a matter of his pride, of his honor, and I know he wouldn't be truly whole or himself if he didn't do it. I'm not foolish enough to believe that this is going to be a safe journey for all of you. Nor am I selfish enough to... Well, I shouldn't be so selfish as to ask... And if he knew I was asking you this, he would be upset. And were it just me I was asking for, I wouldn't even think of it. And her hand falls to rest on her belly. But I'm not asking for just me.
Oh, you want me to try to convince him?
No. When he talks about this, when we're alone, it's something that he needs to do. Like I said, it's a matter of his honor, and I would not dare, I do not want to take that away from him. I know that he needs to do this, and I don't feel as if he could truly be happy if he did not. And he doesn't know. I can't tell him. He would feel compelled to stay, and like I said, it would... I don't see him living out a truly happy life, knowing that he didn't find his redemption. He's stubborn, you know him. But this is more than that. This is something I understand, that I know that you understand, that any who grew up in Ulha Arx as a member of the Yildirim Vaktok clan understands his honor is our companionship, is our duty to each other. So he needs to go, and he needs to be unfettered and untethered, and able to do what he needs to. And like I said, I should not even be asking this, and I need you to believe me that if it were just me, I wouldn't. Is it wrong of me to ask this of you?
I mean, whatever it is. You know, ask.
Like I said, I just know it's unfair. I need...
Wait, what?
What?
I don't think I heard the last bit.
She said, I need you to make sure he gets back.
Oh. I mean... of course. Even without you asking, that was my intention. Listen, I know he has to do this as much as somewhere deep in me I know I need to do this as well. And when I mulled it over when we spoke back in the capital over drink, but it was from the heart. If he's going back there one way or another, the best way I can make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible is if I can do it with him.
She kind of looks at you. I suppose I should have picked up on it from earlier this evening. You don't pick up on things too often, do you?
I guess that depends on who you ask.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I guess that depends on who you ask.
Your friend. My partner. Is going to be a father. That's why I'm asking. I'm also asking that he does not find out. He can't have that on his mind when he goes to do what he needs to.
Are you sure?
Yes. I can't be more than maybe 2 months along, but I'm sure.
But no, I mean, that's not. I'm not asking. No, I meant, are you sure about him not knowing? I mean,
If he knows, he'll stay. And if he stays, this is going to be looming over him for the rest of his life. I can't do that to him. He'll never be able to forgive himself. And the only way he can forgive himself for what he feels as his abandoning the rest of us when he came with us on that boat is if he goes back. Believe me, I wish there was a way for him to stay here, but he needs to, if only because he feels he needs to. And like I said, we more than anyone understand the honor and commitment to one another. He feels like he broke that. So whatever he needs to do to fix it, he needs to do. The only thing I know to do is to ask you bring him back.
okay. I'll keep your secret safe, and I'll bring him back.
And she looks into your eyes, nods. I believe you. Thank you. And she gives you a little hug, a short one, maybe a couple seconds before heading back. Leaving you there, alone, as far as you know.
Yeah, I think I am actually gonna stay here for a little bit.
Alright. And with Daran standing there looking out over the ocean, this new knowledge that he was just given, another secret that he is entrusted to keep. And a small field mouse standing maybe 10 feet behind him. That's where we'll end for the night.
Oh my god.
What?
I was like holding my breath the whole entire time. I don't think I breathed for like 5 minutes.
I was trying to be subtle with it, but I didn't feel like you picked up on it.
Oh no, I picked up on it. I picked up on it originally. I played with whatever you did at the with the second part. I already picked it up in the beginning.
You didn't acknowledge it, so I was like, I have to make sure he knows.
Yeah, no, I get you. I should have done something like the Ronda's fucking like jaw on the ground, eyes open, because that's like what I was doing. But like, sometimes I'm just like, hey, I'm doing it. Ron's doing it. I don't need to say it.
So now you have that secret, as does Elevorn. I don't know how good Elevorn is with secrets.
Terrible.
Oh,
Literally, I think the worst.
Ella is already thinking about baby showers and stuff.
jeez. So like, this is why we can have a party for this.
Yeah, there we go. There's a reason to party.
Well, as if we didn't need more drama.
More
I got
drama.
baby mama drama.
Look. Look, this entire scenario went so much worse in my head. From the
What do you
moment they... Nah, dude. From the moment you said Elfborn do a perception check, I was like, that's it. That's it. Yo, do I play like my internet just died? I'm out of here.
Like,
Oh,
nope,
shit, guys.
nope,
My
I
internet's
don't want to
gone.
do this. This is the only way I know how to save you, Durand.
No, what the heck? What did it just close?
What?
He disconnected himself. 'Cause, yeah.
It was part of the bit. And he's gone.
True.
And
What?
he's back.
Yeah,
What?
I was just dead.
Alright, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good job with the kid.
That's
Funny.
Almost, almost murdered a child.
No, I
kid's
had
fault.
a ball of synapse, whatever this. No, not synapses. Wrong. Oh my
Synopsis?
goodness.
Nah, she's about to
Synapsis?
fucking
No,
mind.
I'm outta here.
What?
Yes.
It's okay. I
And
would've
she
just
left.
melted
She
his
can't even
brain.
defend herself anymore. It's perfect. Yeah. Look,
Yep.
she literally said, all right, I'm out. You can fly for like the next hour. And then she said, I'm out of here.
Yeah, just don't just say that and then just walk away.
She was like, all right, I'm out of here. Look,
Don't even say it.
fly.
Just say you can fly now, like forever, and bye.
Oh my god, dude. That poor kid.
Lands for 4 seconds to show off to his friends, and
She couldn't even give him that one. Like, she could have just
No.
let him take his one friend up for a ride.
no.
No.
Come on!
Yeah, man, what's the worst that could happen? Just one more friend up. He would have been able to enjoy the
Let it
ride.
be cool for a day. Come on.
Yeah, because now he's just... now it's like, hey, look, I flew. And they're like, yeah, you fucking flew.
You flew right into the dirt face first.
Every time that one of their friends falls from now on, it's like, oh wow, good job flying, man. Yeah,
It's like
yesterday
joke.
I hit a rock when I was running and I flew so hard, and chipped a tooth. Like, shut up, guys! It's not funny anymore. You saw me. I was flying.
And they won't even give it up when they grow up
No,
to adults. It's gonna stay. It's forever now.
they won't even acknowledge the fact that he was flying. That part will be forgotten. It's just him face planning. All right. Good night, guys. See you next week.
Good night.
Good night.